especially with the airport and everything. I have no doubt that the service is exactly being involved.
north of San Angelo, Texas, moving to the east into this thunderstorm. They have put a tornado watch up for this whole area for pretty intense storms and supercells to include 2-inch and larger hail and tornadoes. Apparently they've already had some hail near San Angelo of up to 4 inches plus. Was to form, it would form over on the right hand side of the live stream in that clear area. We're coming in from the back side of the storm. The storm's moving southeast and we're coming in on the back side of it to the far right flank. Going to merge with the stationary front here in about 15 miles. Once it gets near that boundary line, this thing should blow up even bigger. This is the United States. We're in southwest central Texas, which is a huge state inside the United States. Central, southwest, south central Texas is the best way I can explain it. We're just north of San Angelo, the city of San Angelo. There's not much out here but a few small hills. And a few little towns. Well, believe it or not, there shouldn't be anything unless the engine or transmission goes. I should be able to, we carry 3 extra tires, extra wheel bearings for the front and the rear. We've even got a starter on board in case the starter goes out. And we carry 2 extra gallons of gas on top in case we get too far out here. It's about 30 miles in between towns. Yeah, I can't imagine looking way off in the front of me at that hill, knowing I'm on a horse, and it's going to take me a day's ride to get there, and I'll be there in 15 minutes. This is nothing. Yesterday, we found ourselves in the middle of the QB Ranch in King County, Texas. They were nice enough to park on a plateau in the middle of their ranch. But that was about 50, 75 head of horses. That was a big ranch. I thought there was something about it when we got there, and then when I looked it up and saw we were in the middle of the QB Ranch in King County, Texas, then the manager come up and gave us approval to go through a gate and sit up on the plateau. We were about 3,400 feet above sea level at that point. Got some really good shots sitting up there, particularly of the lightning across the Great Plains. Apparently they let tourists come out to the QB Ranch. I assume you can ride the horses. It's also a wildlife refuge. We've seen a couple of road runners this morning, but I ain't seen Wile E. Coyote all day. Y'all can see and can't see, the sun's actually out about 2.5 miles, 3 miles in front of us. The storm's more over to our, because we're moving more southeast now, but when we make a turn down here, we're going to turn back into the storm. Just get in your car and come out during April and May. If you're overseas somewhere, we had a whole group from Poland come out last year that we met, and they came out for 4 weeks to do nothing but storm chase. They were from Poland. We've got Canadians out here, a couple Australians. Not just a matter of storm chasing. We get to meet really nice people, learn how other people live in this country. I mean, this is a nice place to visit. I couldn't see myself living out here. But then again, people think I was crazy for moving out of Florida and away from the coast. Someday I may do this full time. Right now, I take all my vacation and come out and do this. I actually work in a hospital intensive care unit. I'm not a nurse. I'm a cardiac technician. I read all the EKGs and evaluate them to see if it's cardiac related or medically related, if they've got a heart rhythm dysfunction, and then recommend, if it is heart related, I can recommend treatment for the rhythm. And then I do this on the side. So anytime I got 3 full days or 4 full days off, I come out. I'll be chasing a little bit all year long, but April and May is generally my 2 months for coming out, spending time. I don't know if y'all gonna be able to see this, but there's a huge rainbow over to our left. I can find a place here.
Lucas and Gambler say hi.
Oh, Gambler.
And Sarah Louise says, how was the storm yesterday?
We chased that storm all the way to Breckenridge, Texas, until it finally petered out. And we got to our hotel about 1 o'clock this morning.
And Alex says, I'm in Florida, close to the coast myself.
Yeah, I grew up down in the Pensacola area. I even had my own company down there, but when I sold it, I kind of been wanting to get to Tennessee for a long, long time, and I finally got to Tennessee. The company recruited me to go there and run a large ambulance service, and I had operations in Chattanooga, Knoxville, and Nashville. And they gave me a chance to get out of Florida. I miss the scuba diving, I miss the fishing, but I'm not a big sit on the beach and get a sunburn type guy.
Alex says, you must be from North Florida too. We speak the same language.
Yeah, North Florida, Pensacola area.
Daniel says yo, and Alex says I worked for Oaklawn for funeral home there.
Oh, okay. I know where that's at. Yeah, I still go back. One of the times I went back though, last February.
Clear.
That's when all them tornadoes was happening in the Panhandle. We actually wasn't storm chasing. We had gave it up about 4 a.m. But that's when the tornado hit Panama City. But one of them came through North Santa Rosa County there and dropped a big 3-foot diameter tree right in front of the car. And I just couldn't miss it. If you watch the video, I posted the video. It's on our YouTube channel. See if you can see it before I did. It still totaled the car out, but at least we only hit it at a glancing blow. The 3 cars that came in behind me hit it head on.
Jacksonville Kid says, I'm from North Florida. Alex says, nope, I'm from the real Florida, the woods. Edward says, I'm from the Gainesville area.
So a lot of people don't know that Gainesville and Ocala area is big horse country, and tourism is not the biggest way people in Florida used to be cattle. Of course now that was a couple of decades ago, but ranching and horse racing, they raise a lot of horses down there in Ocala area. There's big horse farms down there. I'm from LA part of Florida. I'm from the lower Alabama part, the part that Alabama keeps trying to annex. A lot of people don't realize North Florida is so different from South Florida, but to go from Pensacola to Miami is almost 1,300 miles. You could almost leave Biloxi, Mississippi on the coast and drive to Canada in that same time frame. Milton's my hometown. Lived there 38 years. And I believe, if they haven't changed it, if you go to Milton and go to Firehouse Subs, I believe my picture is still up on the wall. I was a fire chief there for the city volunteers, and they've got a picture of the three, me and the two other chiefs, fire chiefs before me, up on the wall there in the Firehouse Sub place in Milton. Donnie Sowell was a friend of, well, still is a friend of mine. Lewis, I think the Lewises took over that funeral home now. We're 20 miles to 25 miles outside of San Angelo, Texas, moving into this big storm. We were expecting it to go tornado warning just any time, particularly when it's about to move into the boundary here where we've got a stationary front. Once it moves into the boundary, it'll either get bigger or it'll fizzle out. So it's not far from the boundary here at St. Angelo. We'll see.
Alex is hoping to retire there. She always said she would rather that it was before the hurricane. She'll look for your picture if she ever goes there.
Well, last time I was down there, it was still up. So I was a paramedic down on the coast, and then I had my own ambulance service from Pensacola down to Panama City. We did critical care transports. The state actually gave me a grant to start up that company because a lot of patients can't be moved unless they have a critical care unit to move them, and at the time we had none in the Panhandle. So I applied for a grant and got it and started a big critical care hospital transport so we could get the patients back into the tertiary facilities in Pensacola so they could get a higher level of care.
Alex says, I surely loved Milton. It was the most awesome place. Met a great friend, a pilot, and was 20 minutes from the most beautiful beaches in the world.
I recommend everybody. So everybody in Tennessee goes to Florida for vacation down on the beaches, and everybody from Florida goes to Smoky Mountains for a vacation. But I tell everybody to go to my home county and go down to Navarre, and you don't have to fight all those crowds like over in Destin and Fort Walton Beach. I do miss Blackwater River and fishing. So if you move down to Milton, if you go fishing, just watch for the alligators because Yellow River and Blackwater River are full of them.
Alex says, yeah, he's a good fellow, loves to laugh and practical jokes.
somewhere, and I just don't know where it is, but I don't want to drive into it. Lots of storm chasers down here. They're getting ready to pass a van full of them.
How far to go do you think?
We're going to be out here all night, but as far as St. Angelo and this storm, we're catching up with this storm right now. The craziest thing, they're all moving to the southeast today. We've already had a couple of tornadoes in the other storm south of St. Angelo. And we've got, well, I take that back, not all of them's moving to the southeast. We actually had some moving to the northeast that actually merged with some of them moving to the southeast. So we've got a few. This whole area is going to keep blowing up in storms all afternoon.
And Alex just said, wow, believe it or not, but back in the day, funeral homes were the ambulances, and hoping to get a house there somewhere, maybe Gulf Breeze.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I know the history of the ambulance services, and most of the funeral homes got out of the ambulance business in 1967 or 68 when the minimum wage went up to $1.15 an hour, and they couldn't afford to pay ambulance crews to sit around and not do anything, because before that they got paid by the call. And I was asking somebody the other day if they knew what a flip floor was in a vehicle, a funeral home vehicle. And believe it or not, one person there on the chat that I was in knew what a flip floor was. So a flip floor in a funeral car, one side had the rollers for the casket, and you flipped the floor over and it was flat, so you put a stretcher in there and run an ambulance call in it. So you're absolutely right. The funeral homes ran ambulances a long time. And that's why they had those flip floors in the hearses. They could double as an ambulance.
And Alex says, oh yeah, slam full of alligators.
Go catfishing up Blackwater River at night, you can hear them roaring up and down the river. Texas had some bad weather for 2 or 3 days now. We've been in Texas this year a lot. And you know, we're sitting here near Midland, probably 45 miles from Midland. And the last time I was in Midland, I said, somebody talking about El Paso, and I said, well, that's can't be that far. Maybe we'll ride over there. 309 miles to El Paso from Midland. This is a big state. When you get to Midland, which is about even with the panhandle of Texas, you still got about 300 miles to get over to El Paso. And you don't get nowhere in Texas fast. But yeah, the storms in Texas this week almost have been stationary. And just keep blowing up. I think tomorrow is going to be just about this same area, maybe a little bit to the east. We were up in the Wichita Falls area in the Panhandle yesterday, and then followed them back down into this area And today they're in this area. Tomorrow they're supposed to move back out towards the, I'm slowing down because we got hail coming down. Look at the hail on the road. So all this white stuff in the road is hail. That is not what I want to get in the middle of, and it's still coming down. Well, right now, it don't look that big, but you can see it bouncing off the highway. That's still hail coming down. So we're getting close to the, we've got leaves and small twigs all over the road here. They must have a lot of wind in that first one that come through. We ain't got any rain here, but we got hail coming down. Is that not crazy? So when you hear things hitting the car, that's hail, that's not rain. I better check the radar and see how close we are to that hail core, because some of the hail today could be 2 inches and bigger. Yeah, so the hail core is just over to the right of the live stream. So we're kind of on the back side of it. That's why there was so much of it back there on the highway. We do have a hail protector on the back window, so I'm not worried about the back window. And we got goggles sitting here beside us in case big hail did come down and the window was to shatter in the front. But I don't plan on driving into that kind of hail.
Alex said the gentleman I worked for in my hometown used to judge distance in his HERS ambulance by the number of curves from my town to Vidalsta. And back in the day, there were 21 curves between Vidalsta and my hometown. Kathy says, is that Harlingen or Houston?
We're actually we're probably about 20 miles northwest of San Angelo, Texas. It's in the central southwest of Texas. It's below Interstate 20 and southeast of Midland, Texas, and kind of southwest of Abilene. Not much out here, except St. Angelo.
And Alex said you can feel them gators rattling your chest when they holler.
There's some big alligators up in Blackwater River. Yellow River's probably got as many as Blackwater does.
Oh, that's a storm.
Yeah. So if you're just joining that, all that white stuff on the road behind us, even though it wasn't raining, it was all hail. So far, we've only got pea-sized to a little bit bigger than pea-sized. And I'm watching the radar to be sure we don't drive into the core. Yeah, that's a big storm in front of us here. And the wind outside is really picking up. This is just one of many we'll be in today. Just looking at the radar, they're popping up all over the place.
They're asking where we are again.
We're about 20 miles northwest of St. Angelo, Texas. southeast Abilene and southwest of Midland, Texas. I forget the name of this road we're on.
We are on Highway 67.
We're on Highway 67 going over into St. Angelo. But this ain't good. I may have to turn around and go the other way. You see every one of these cars coming at us are storm chasers. And they're going in the wrong direction. And one of those trucks back there was the university truck. They may be headed down to get on this other storm. Let me take a look at it. Here's me, the Eldorado. So we just noticed there's a huge storm development down at El Dorado. We're going to try to find a cutoff up here and head down to El Dorado, Texas. So we might be in St. Angelo, or close to it. I'm gonna take a chance here, but we may end up driving through the hell core.
We have Memorial Day from Michigan. Sounds like the hill's getting thicker and harder, and thanks for an awesome ride.
Well, it's going to get hairy here in a minute. I don't think we will, but we may end up in the hell core on this storm. We're going to try to get to El Dorado. There's another huge storm building up down there. This one's getting too far out to the east for me to be able to catch up with it. Well, we've got good roads out here. There's not a lot of them. I think all those other chasers trying to stay out of the city. I think we've got a pretty good route down to El Dorado.
Alex says, I don't know if they're all going the other way. Are you sure it's the wrong direction?
I know. You know, my philosophy is if you see a bunch of storm chasers, beware. But if you see the storm chasers going in the opposite direction of the storm, you better get in behind them because it's too big even for them. And I just went the opposite way of where most of them were going.
Intel Shelter says appreciate it. Stay safe, y'all.
If I get to eat. We hope so, but we're chasing tornadoes, so the best we can do is be very, very cautious. Like crashing roofs. Thanks for subscribing. Be sure to go back and look at the tornadoes we got last week. And we're going to post that video from the QB Ranch yesterday where we got some really good shots up on that plateau of them storms.
Ghost is asking where we're driving.
We're headed... So we're in St. Angelo. We're going to cut across to Eden. And so this is just one small storm. Well, small, it's a pretty big one, but the boundary is basically right here over St. Angelo. And we're trying to get south of the boundary near the dry line where the rest of the storm's going to fire up this afternoon. And we got about an hour from Wichita, which is 6 o'clock. Well, it's 6 o'clock now. I keep thinking I'm on mountain time. We got over on New Mexico at some point and found out they were on mountain time. But we're going to try to get down here below the boundary line and close to the dry line. And that's going to take us down to Sonora, down south of El Dorado, Texas. Yeah, this is United States. We're in the state of Texas, which is, I think, the second or third largest state in the United States. And we're way down, we're probably not that far from the Mexican border.
He says the weather throughout the whole U.S. is ridiculous this whole month.
Well, it gives us something to do. Can't have good weather all the time. don't get a lot of snow up here in Connecticut. I used to have to travel a lot and had to go to Hartford and Bristol, Connecticut to do OR cases. And let me tell you, there was a lot of snow on the ground up there, starting like the 1st of November some years. But then again, I left Florida because I was tired of the humidity. Can't even get out of your car without your glasses fogging up. We got a severe warning going off on our cell phone. So this storm must be getting a little bit more intense down here. The one we're driving through. It looks bigger on the ground than it does on the radar. The only thing I really didn't like about Florida was you could be driving in one of the worst downpours you've ever drove in before. I mean, where you can't see out the window and the sun will be shining. And that makes it so bad you can't see out the window at all. But you literally are driving through one of the worst rainstorms you've ever been in and the sun is out. South Florida is the lightning capital of the world. You go down there anywhere south of Gainesville, and particularly Orlando, Tampa, Brevard County area, they got a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. I've seen many a pine tree split in half. Don't tell me we're coming back into hell. Backside of this storm. I gotta get out. So if you look in front of me and you see these wheel ruts, they fill up with water. If somebody jumped me the other day for driving on the inside lane or in the fast lane, but you really shouldn't be in the outside lane during rain because those tire ruts fill up with water, and it's more dangerous than getting over here. You won't see tire ruts over here, and there's hardly any water at all on the road. There's some hail coming down though. Out there is really, really rough right now. So we just went through St. Angelo. We're headed to Eden, Texas. And we're headed over to below this boundary line, and we're going to get kind of in the triple point between the dry line and the boundary line, and where all the afternoon heating is occurring. But there's some more storms blowing up down that way. if you're wondering what our secret is to seeing out the window during this kind of rain, we wax the windshield. We use turtle wax like you put on your car to wax it, but we put it on the windshield and we let it dry. Once it dries, then we wipe it off with a dry rag. And probably not right now because I haven't waxed it since yesterday morning, but once it's waxed and we hit the first storm, we almost can drive without windshield wipers. So if you ever want a good clean window when you think a storm is coming and you got to drive, put some turtle wax on it, and you know, the creamy stuff is just cream the windshield up good, and then as soon as it dries, it'll dry to a white powdery finish. Then wipe it off with a dry rag, and water won't stay on your windshield. It also helps keep bugs off. If you're in the area where you have a lot of bugs at night hitting the windshield, it'd be a lot easier to clean that windshield if you wax it. Now they've got flash flood warnings out today too for some of these areas. So we're actually heading in the direction of El Dorado, Texas. We'll go through Maynard in a minute. And then I think the first big city south of that is going to be Fredericksburg. Yeah, I'm only doing about 50. The speed limit here is 75. I haven't seen even a 2-lane road out here in this part of Texas that the speed limit wasn't at least 75.
Yep, there's a speed limit sign, 75.
Yeah, it may look faster, but we're not going that fast. You see cars passing us. So we're getting on the south side and in front of this big storm now, but we're headed into another one down here. Buckled up, we got our helmets in here. I tell you, we had them on in Marion, Illinois for that tornado a week ago Friday, and then last Sunday up in Kansas. That was a wicked storm up there, that mile-wide tornado that we filmed. But we had to drive around it to get on the south side to film it. And that one had me puckered just a little bit. So we had our helmets on. I was telling them last night, we go through a lot of preparation just in case we ever did get blown off the road. If we're driving in really bad weather, not only have we got the whole back of the car lit up with reflectors and reflectorized tape, but I have a 12-inch bar light back there, which I put on because I almost backed into a ditch full of water one night. And I put it back there for backing up, but if we're driving in bad weather, or we think the wind may blow us off into a ditch, we actually turn it on, so if we did go over in the ditch, it'd be easier to find us. When I was a paramedic, we'd be out in the boonies trying to find a wreck somebody called in. Sometimes it's very hard to see a car off the embankment or over on the side of the road upside down. Particularly if it's a dark car and you couldn't see the tail light. So just in case we did go off a little embankment, hopefully that bar light would be shining back up behind us so somebody can find us. You hear all the time about people being off an embankment for days of found them. Well, I didn't know we were going to be driving through all this. So we're about where the boundary line is at right now. There's a stationary front running right about where we're at, and it rolls up to the west side of Texas, and then cuts back up north towards Waco and Abilene. So these storms south of the boundary line and east of the dry line should be pretty intense down here. But we've got a lot of crosswind out there right now. Crosswind here, blowing from right to left. Based on what we're seeing, I would expect they're getting an inch to more than an inch an hour of rain right now. And probably it's a little bit more than an inch an hour. More rain than the farmers need at one time. I tell you, the weather this year has been really crazy. So far there hasn't been as many tornadoes as last year, but there was more in March than last year. And then as far as right now, we should be more up in Nebraska, Kansas, and Iowa chasing this time of year than down here in Texas.
I mean, it's not really that safe to stand on top of a car without it lightning in a storm like that. I would never do that, by the way. I would never try to stand on the car.
No.
Storm chasing, because you're literally just, I don't, you're almost the top of Stockton. There's only a few trees around you, then they got some cars, and like, I don't know what they're doing. I just don't think that's a safe call. You're not really getting much of a advantage from staying on top of the car. It's not like you're looking over like a 3-foot hill in front of you, a big thing.
Bear, where are you located at? What? Huh? Oh. Glad to have you aboard. I think the worst thing about storm chasing, it's always raining when you go. You just don't get to see tornadoes and stuff like that unless there's rain all the way around. But that big mile-wide one that we filmed last Sunday, we didn't get into, except for having to drive through the storm to get to the south side. There really wasn't a lot of rain. That was a big storm. That was the largest tornado I've ever seen. At one point, it was so wide I couldn't get the whole tornado in the viewfinder. I had to actually back off a half a step and zoom in behind 101 to be able to get the whole tornado in viewfinder to get a picture of it. It was a big tornado. Very surprised nobody got killed or seriously injured when it hit that community there outside of Wichita, Kansas. That was a big tornado. It was on the ground for, I think they said 42 miles. Maximum winds were 165 miles an hour, and it was maximum width was a little over from But what's funny is the one in Illinois that we filmed Friday a week ago turned out to be an EF4, and it was almost 3/4 of a mile wide. But I believe the reason they rated it an EF4 instead of an EF3 was because where we were at in Creole Springs, we got there just as it passed over Creole Springs there in southern Illinois. 2 of the houses were totally off their foundation. They were scattered across the field. If you haven't subscribe to the channel and go back and look at the tornado in Illinois from last Sunday, the 18th, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It shows that one of the houses that is totally off its foundation. It's completely destroyed down that hill. wind here. Find a clear spot here. I'm gonna turn and let you see back to the northwest. What we generally try to look for. Can't see it, but I can tell you what, we got some crosswinds out here going from, and I can't tell now if it's left to right or right to left, but they are really blowing across this highway. You're in Arizona and you missed Texas. Let me see if I can find a place here and let y'all look back here to the northwest.
Let me actually pull up the documents of the incredible notches.
Can you, is there a road?
There's a road coming up in a couple tenths of a mile or so. We're right here, the road's right there.
If I can find a pull over here, I want to show you back to the northwest of what the left side of this storm that we just went around looks like coming in, which is generally what we try to target. Because if it's going to drop a tornado, it'll drop it in that area.
Okay, it's coming up close. Really close.
We just got to find a place that ain't got no trees.
Right here, coming up.
I don't think this is it.
Oh, what if
Back over to the south. This storm near Rock Springs, Texas. We actually have a rotation ramping up right now. This is northwest of Rock Springs, Texas. That's currently tracking to the east-southeast. We're probably going to need a tornado warning on this here soon. That's going in the direction again of Rock Springs, Texas. A little bit of rotation.
Oh, there's going to be some trees.
So keep an eye on that.
So with everything we're driving through, right there where that lid area is, let me see if I can zoom in on it a little bit. Hold on.
We have a lot of storm mergers happening right now.
So that's what we look for right there. So that's on the west side of this storm. And you'll always see a clear spot to the left of that rain on the right.
Concern is this supercell here north of Kerbin. So continue to stay weather aware, especially over near Austin. After all these storm mergers are done, assuming they finish at some point, this thing will probably continue to produce some kind of a tornado.
So that's generally what we look for right there, especially when you have a low-hanging cloud like that, that even here, that may end up being a wall cloud here in a minute. And that's what we watch for. So when we see a lowering come out of the cloud on that side of a big supercell storm, it's all by itself. We're just south of St. Angelo, Texas. See if I can give you a better location. So we're northwest of Fredericksburg, not far from Fredericksburg, and we're about 120 miles northwest, of San Antonio, Texas. So technically, I would call that a wall cloud. I see some rotation in it. We look for that clear spot to the left of the storm itself, away from the rain and the rain shaft. And generally, you'll have air feeding back into that area of the storm. From you'll have a rear flank downdraft that you'll generally see to the left, but then you'll have a front, from where the front downdraft is, you'll actually see something called a streamwise vorticity current, and it's a spinning, counterclockwise spinning air shaft. It could be just at the top of the cloud, or actually one of the videos, if you go see that mile-wide tornado in Iowa from last year, you'll see it come across the ground, and then the uplift lifts that horizontal counterclockwise spinning vorticity current and pulls it back up into the back part of that supercell, and that's what forms the large, really large tornadoes. So I'm afraid this is going to get rain wrapped, even though it's a lowering. It's probably going to get rain wrapped. If you watch that Marion, Illinois tornado that we filmed, watch how quick it got rain wrapped. We're going to download and post a new video of that one, because as we chased it down to Creel Springs, where it touched down and caused so much damage, we actually got ahead of the rain shaft, and you could see the tornado again through the trees as we turned curves out our side camera. So as you can see, and the one in Illinois, we got about, from tornado genesis to where it actually hit the ground to the time it got rain wrapped, was probably less than 90 seconds to 2 minutes. And then when it gets rain wrapped, see if you can still see that big tornado that you could see before it got rain wrapped. That's what's scary, is as big as it was, it disappeared in the rain, and nobody would have thought, they might even second guess themselves or what they even saw a tornado to begin with. But that turned out, that got rated an EF4, and I think it was on the ground for like 14 miles. So it wasn't on the ground long, but it had pretty substantial, I forget how fast the winds were in that. And then it caused EF4 damage. I was trying to see if we could still see this lowering here, but I think, I don't know if we're going to keep being able to see it through there or not. I can see part of it. Let me see if I can back up. Maybe y'all can't see what I see. To the left of that tower, I can still see a little bit of it hanging down there, that radio tower back there. But it's really hard to see through the rain. Because I was going to give it just a minute to see. Let me see if there's any rotation on it. There was some minor rotation on it earlier. But we got to get down here south of it or we won't be able to see anything. It's moving pretty slow, so we should be able to get back down here a little bit more south of it. And we'll look back at it again once we get down here so we can see it better. Interlock, where are you moving in Scottsdale? Because it's only about 5 miles wide and about 28 miles long. Is it going to be north of McCormick Ranch or up north of Shea Road? One of my corporate offices used to be in Scottsdale, and I used to have to go out there once a month. Hills. That's up towards Payson. I like Payson. I went out to Payson in May one year. There was still snow on the mountains out in the distance, and the ponderosa pines were so thick you'd have swore somebody threw about a dozen air fresheners in your car as you drove through Payson. Well, the company I was with actually provided fire and ambulance coverage out to the reservation out near Fountain Hills. If I remember right, the Mayo Clinic is out that way on that road out there. And from out there you can look down and see all over the city. Seems like it was a higher plateau or something over on that side. Payson's a nice area. You wouldn't think you were in the desert when you were up there. You'd think you was in some little Swiss village. If I remember right, somewhere out there, actually it's past Fountain Hills, is Snake Mountain. But they warned me not to get out of my car until I looked around because there's so many rattlesnakes up there. Firefighters that covered those areas out there, Scottsdale, Fountain Hills. I was shocked when I heard how many snake and tarantula calls they ran every day. Not every week, not every month, every day. That we had specialized snake removal tools and tarantula boxes on the fire truck. I think I'd rather fight a fire than mess with a rattlesnake. But that was a nice area to visit. And I agree, the restaurants out there are absolutely fantastic. There's one, if it's still there, there used to be one there at Camelback and Scottsdale Road, near the mall there. My CEO took me there one day, and that's where we met Alice Cooper, because it's close to Paradise Valley. And, you know, anybody lives in Paradise Valley, I think. This evening. Oh, this town's flooded.
Yes, that's to the next town right there.
It turned right there where it's blocked or right here?
Right here, they're gonna be.
Okay. I didn't know how many people lived out there until I had to fly out there every month. Alice Cooper was at that restaurant. Looks just like he does on TV. Kevin Costner was at McCormick Ranch, I believe. That's the resort he was at. And I believe it was during the time he was filming Dances with Wolves, because he was having breakfast with a couple of guys. And we were doing a training session with our supervisors and managers. And I couldn't get the female managers away from the rail to get back into the training session. And I said, "What is your problem?" And they said, "It's Kevin Costner. He's right down there having breakfast." I said, "Oh, give me a break." So I yelled down there at him. I said, "Mr. Costner, would you please wave at my manager so we can get them back into the training class?" Oh my God, you'd have thought that they were in public and everybody knew who they were. And I said, "He don't know y'all for a squat." I said, yeah. So he waved. "Now can we go back to training? I'd like to get out of here early today." And I think that was during the time period. It was back in the late 90s. And I think he was filming Dances with Wolves at that time. You never know who you're going to run into. Anywhere you're at. Problem is, I'm good with faces and bad with names. We are just leaving. We're headed towards Maynard, Texas. We just left Eden, and we're just south of St. Angelo, Texas, and about 110 miles northwest of San Antonio. And we're in an area that's got a tornado warning. Watch out. We're driving south where they've got some tornado warnings out on some of these cells blowing up here on the dry line. I just don't see I can get out away from this one. It just keeps raining on us. But we should break out of this in just a second. Junction. I want to go to Junction. So we're headed south to Maynard, M-E-N-A-R-D, Texas, and then we're going to go on south to Junction and try to get in front of these storms. This one here that we just come through so close to the boundary, the stationary front, I just don't think there's enough, it's kind of suppressing it being able to take off and build big enough to drop a tornado on it. So we're going to go down here towards the ground dry line, kind of in the triple point between two boundaries and the dry line, and see if these supercells that are blowing up aren't able to get bigger. Yes, that's what we're doing. We're storm chasing. Be sure to subscribe and go back and look at the tornado we filmed in Illinois last Friday, a week ago, and that big mile-wide one in Kansas last Sunday. We posted some of the video on those. We got more we will post. Yeah, this is probably as close as I've been to San Antonio. I think until today, Austin was probably the furthest south we went. The lightning out here, though, we found ourselves yesterday in King County, Texas, and I thought there was something familiar about that name, but gentleman allowed us to go through a gate and park on a plateau at about a 3,400 feet above sea level spot where we can see way out across the land. I wouldn't be surprised if we couldn't have seen 20 or 30 miles across there. Turned out it was the QB Ranch, and he told me that ranch is 22,000 acres and growing, and it was huge. We Googled it. You can Google the QB Ranch. It's supposed to be one of the largest ranches in Texas. And finally, we got out of that rain. One of the largest, and apparently they allow tourists in there. I assume you can ride horses and do all the cowboy stuff there. But they're really nice people, and we really appreciate them letting us go through the gate and sit out on that little cliff plateau area. I tell you, the lightning out here, we got some great lightning shots last night and the night before. We went north of Wichita Falls and got about an hour of some of the best lightning shots. But look at that short, about 30-second clip we put in. We captured one over near Waco and Abilene, Texas, just driving down the interstate trying to get to a storm, and caught a huge lightning shot that apparently hit a power station, and the entire power station blew up. I've never seen that. We're trying to hit 3,000 subscribers, so if you're watching, you haven't subscribed yet. We've got one more week. I took my vacation to come out here for 7 weeks. And we're trying to hit 3,000 subscribers this trip. And if you hit that notification button, it'll let you know when we're going to go live tomorrow and the next day. It'll also let you know when we post new videos. We've got a lot of videos we will be downloading and editing for viewing of some more on those 2 tornadoes, actually 3, and one on that big storm that all the chasers got called in about 3 or 4 weeks ago in Seymour, Texas. And I'm going to tell you what, my butt was puckered for a little while until we finally got away from them storms. Appreciate that. So just so you know, we don't do this for money, and we really don't do it for the thrills. We actually use the videos and share them with the researchers that are studying tornado genesis. I also send it to the corresponding National Weather Service offices in those areas, because a lot of them want to see what they saw on the radar. They put the warnings out for. Unless we send them video or they see it on social media, they really don't get to see, compare the radar to what we saw on the ground. The other thing we do is we do presentations to schools, to appropriate age children, generally high school, or maybe even 8th grade. We try not to go any lower than that. We don't want to scare anybody. But we do want to make people severe weather aware that if it's in your area, don't ignore the warnings. whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, we've seen too many people. While this year, the 2 big tornadoes we filmed had no major injuries or fatalities, the one we filmed and we got near in Mississippi at Rolling Fork 2.5 years ago killed 28. And we've been near and filmed others that had fatalities in them. So sitting at home when a tornado warning, you see it on TV and say, well, I hope it don't hit us, is not the way to approach a severe warning. You need to be really aware of where that storm is in relation to where you live, because the warnings now are pretty specific. Because a warning means that they have either seen a tornado on radar or somebody has identified it on the ground. And they can be very specific as to the communities it's going to hit. A good example of what we're trying to do is Somerset and Loudon, Kentucky got hit. I believe it was the same night that that Friday we filmed that tornado. Well, I know it was. So here's the interesting thing about supercells. The supercell that dropped the tornado in southern Illinois was the same one that traveled 300 miles across, jumped the Ohio River and traveled all the way through Kentucky. And it was the supercell that actually dropped the tornadoes on Somerset and Loudon. But if you look at the fatalities that they had over there, most of them were over the age of 55 and older, probably people that went to bed early. Some of the elderly ones may have even took out their hearing aids so they couldn't hear a tornado warning on their phone when it did go off. And I believe the fatality count over there is up to 32. So that's what we're trying to do, is bring awareness through our videos and presentations and going live like today, that we can emphasize that even if it looks like good weather outside, if you're put under a warning, because east of Mississippi there's so many trees you can't see them till they drop on you. And you know, don't go to bed, don't go to sleep, don't take an afternoon nap if you see the sun out and clear skies if you're under a warning, because it only takes minutes for it to be on top. Another reason we do this is it's just fantastic to see Mother Nature at its best and at its worst all at the same time. The structures on these storms are magnificent to see and film, but at the same time, if they're in, go into a poppy devastating. And but we don't do it. I was a paramedic for a long time, and my thrill days are over with. It's hard to be safe when you're out here storm chasing, but we take that we can to be sure we're safe, but you never know. Just like in Seymour, Texas here a few weeks ago, we thought we were in a perfectly safe place, had 2 routes out of the area, and we had the supercell snuck up behind us, blocked off our escape route. And then the next thing we know, we had 90-mile-an-hour winds. Both of them were carrying tornadoes with them, and just didn't know if we were going to get out of it in time. Gerald, Texas is went down. There's actually a documentary on YouTube about it. It went down as one of the historical tornadoes. That one that we filmed in Kansas last Sunday actually started Greenfield, Kansas. And Greenfield, Kansas, 15 years ago, was totally wiped out by a tornado. And we were afraid it was going to be that way again, but it went just south of the city, stayed on the ground for about 42 miles, and the last little community it hit before it dissipated was Plevna, Kansas. The whole town probably wasn't a football field and a half long, but as soon as we saw it, we called 911 to report the exact location of the tornado. But anyway, the sirens, because we went back by there the next day and talked to a lot of the survivors, and they said they got about 6 minutes notice, and they all had a plan ahead of time that if anything happened, they were going into the basement of the church that's right in the middle of that little community. And they said there's 35 or 40 people. An elderly guy told me he sat on his porch until he saw the edge of the tornado and the lightning. And he said when he walked out on his porch where the siren started, all he could see was everybody coming out of their houses, running down the street to the church to get in the basement. Half that church's roof was ripped off that night, as was a lot of the other houses there. But they all survived because they were in the bottom of the church. But the fantastic thing about it, that was at 11:30 at night. By 2 a.m. in the morning, there were skid loaders. Volunteers brought their skid loaders out, was cleaning the street up so emergency vehicles could get in. And the next morning when we got there around 8 or 9, there was already people rebuilding the church roof with donated materials. And they said before sundown they were going to have that church's roof totally replaced, and I fully believe they did. I was pleasantly surprised at how people come out in situations like that and help small communities get back on their feet as quickly as possible. But Gerald, you gotta watch that. If you haven't seen that documentary on the Gerald, Texas tornado, you ought to watch that. Time I think we're out of this storm, we're back in.
There's something coming up behind us that's red.
If you're wondering why I'm kind of straddling that middle line when there's no cars out here behind us or in front of us, and I'm trying to stay out of those ruts that are full of water. This winter, meaner.
Yes.
We don't have emergency flashes on. Alright, we're gonna gas up real quick. Oh, everybody's underneath the overhang in case it storms, I reckon. I need real gas though, people. Somebody's got to move. Somebody's got to get out from under the roof so we can really get some real gas, people. my God. I swear. Okay, people. You can't just sit under the overhang and not let somebody in to gas up. Darn it. Turn off the why is he backing it?
Is that guy leaving? He got
I
back in
don't
his
know
truck.
what he's doing. Is he getting his truck to scream?
He got out of his truck. He walked around his truck. He went back in his truck.
Okay. If you knew how many times we drove into gas stations and couldn't get gas because everybody was afraid hell was coming, and they parked under the pumps and just were sitting in their vehicles.
Oh, looks like he's gonna move.
Finally. Finally. We don't gas up now. Sometimes they lose electricity and we don't get gas, but I'm down pretty low right now. Give us just a minute. This is Maynard, M-E-N-A-R-D, Texas. We're headed to Junction next, Texas. Just need to get some gas. Well, I know why everybody's sitting here now. They had a lightning flash a while ago. These fire trucks here with the blue lights and yellow lights are here to fix something. They got hit by lightning about 10 minutes ago, they said, and all the power went out to the pumps, and then when they came back on, everything had the error message on it. So, no pumps, no gas.
Oh.
And I'm soaked. But that's not the problem with the car beside me. I'm going to see if I can, well, what happened here? What happened to my loud stuff? What happened to my... gonna show you what the problem is with this car. They got a dog driving it. That's the problem. He must not like rain, and he parked under the overhang. He's sitting in the driver's seat. What is all this water coming down for? That's his problem. He don't understand. Can't block the pumps. Don't block the pumps. I don't think he talks my language though. All right, we got to find another gas station. How far are we from Junction?
From Junction, 33 miles.
But these power company trucks here with the blue lights and yellow lights are here supposedly to fix everything, but nobody can get gas until they can get everything back operational. So we're going to try to find another gas station here.
There's some more at the corner coming up.
The next one?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, here's another one down here. I mean, we got enough to get to the next town, but I don't want to chance it if they get hit by lightning. We run into this all the time. That tornado we filmed up in Illinois on the 14th of March. I gassed up 10 minutes before we filmed that tornado with the understanding that if we did have a tornado, we wouldn't be able to probably get gas. What is that? Oh, that's
Digital bumps.
I've seen one like that. But anyway, if you don't gas up when the storm's coming, you lose power, and sometimes it can be over a large area. You don't get gas. That's just the way it works. So we gassed up 10 minutes before we filmed that tornado, went back to the Love's truck stop. Must have been 40 cars parked there in the dark, couldn't even see it from the road. No power, no gas. But we had a full tank, so let me gas up real quick. was the neatest pump. I bet I've stopped in 20 cities and I've never seen a pump like that. But go out in the middle of Texas where there's nothing and you get a totally digital touchscreen pump. Didn't even have a place to put a card in. You just scanned it. That was pretty cool, actually. Saves you time. Alright, we're going to get a bead on where we're at and where these storms are at. Make sure we're going in the right direction now that I've got a minute. So we'll... Oh wow, that storm down there is big. Where are we at?
I think generally speaking, this is still the most concerning cluster of storms and what's moving to Austin here in the next hour. This will be on the west side of Austin, probably in about 45 minutes to an hour. Probably about 45 minutes to an hour for that. We're having this right in the midst of Austin. Back to our terminal right east of Amarillo, the latest radar scan still showing broad circulation near I-40. This is off to the east of Peru. This did produce a brief tornado, at least a one. I don't think it's producing anymore, but not across over I-40. And moving to the east side.
Okay, we're moving. We're still going to Junction. That's where these
Clear.
the Severe Forecast Center has still
Still clear.
particularly concerned about this storm south of us here coming into Junction. So we're going to go south. We only got a few minutes to get down there. A little bit of water. I'll tell you, if you're in Abilene, Georgetown, and Austin area, you got some nasty, nasty weather headed your way. Those other storms have formed a linear line, and they're headed into Killeen and Austin, Texas. They're going to be very, very nasty when they get there. There's one we're headed to in Junction, Texas, is out by itself right now, and it's got a huge hell core on it. We don't want to get in the hell core. So again, we're probably about 100 miles northwest of San Antonio, and I'm just going to take a guess. Well, how far we are from Austin. We're due west of Austin, but we're a long way from there. But if you're in Central Texas, down towards Austin and Georgetown area, Killeen, get ready. You've got about 45 minutes before that line of storms hit you. And that's a combination of all these that formed earlier. Then we've got 3 or 4 more cells out here to the west, near Junction, where we're headed, that I would assume will be through there later. All these storms are pretty much staying together and not raining themselves out. And then when they get close to each other, they're combining in these lines of severe thunderstorms. This whole line that's headed into Austin and Georgetown and Killeen area are severe warned for lightning, hail over 2 inches, possible some spin-up tornadoes. These supercells we're headed down to now in Junction, coming out from the west, they're the ones that we're targeting and could be of concern for possible tornado. That's the junction.
Yes.
Oh wow! If you drove that much from Texas to California, I hope you had something to do in the car, because there ain't much to do and much to see driving that route. Especially if you've seen it a couple of times. I will say one thing about Arizona for all of y'all that's moving out to Arizona, it sounds like. That was probably the first time I'd seen sequoias. And sequoias, you know, it's so thick they look like the forest, the pine forest over in Florida and Alabama, where I'm from. I didn't know there was as many fossils up there near Payson and Flagstaff as they said. Just go down the dry riverbeds and you'll find all the fossils you want to find. Where's another route there? I'd get tired of making that drive too. Once I get to the junction, then I'm going to go further toward Kerrville. And I don't want to reset it until I get to the junction. Kerrville. Get up ahead of this storm. Who's over there on this? The funny thing, and I believe they're still there, but when I first visited Scottsdale, Arizona, they've got highway overpasses built out in the middle of the desert with no roads going to them. And I was told the reason they had to do that is because the Indians had sold that land to them with the understanding that if they didn't build roads in a certain time period, that the land would default back to the Indian reservation. So they went out there and built these overpasses just out in the middle of the desert, north of Scottsdale. Not a road going to them or under them, but they're, by God, they've got some overpasses built out there in the desert. That it does. But you know, we don't, even doing what we're doing, driving as far as we have to drive every night, we're not able to get a hotel every night. You get to the next area, this year hadn't been, but after you finish chasing 9 or 10 o'clock at night, then got to drive 500 miles to get to the next area to chase the next day, you don't have time to get a hotel room. So, like last Sunday night, there was about 20 of us in a Lowe's parking lot, catching 3 or 4 hours of sleep before we started chasing again. Matter of fact, last weekend, in 2 days, I probably only got about 7 or 8 hours of sleep. We wasn't able to get a hotel room either night because it just wasn't worth the time. By the time you checked in, you'd only get about 2 or 3 hours sleep anyway before you almost had to get up and check out. And that's the life of chasing storms. You don't have the luxury, nor do I want to put up paying for a hotel every night when most of the time we're sitting. Some of the chasers are so dedicated, they've took out their rear seats in their truck and their cars and literally built them a bed back there. Now, that's dedication. At least every third day I gotta be somewhere I can take a good bath and get between some clean sheets and get wet during the chase. You'd be surprised how many. I carry enough supplies with me in case we do need to use it. Oh my God. I'd have to pull over and take a power nap somewhere. To California. Or does Interstate 10 run through San Antonio? I can't remember where Interstate 10 comes through. I know it goes through Phoenix. It is awesome. Okay, you're out in Austin. There's a storm that just went. Got a little bit of sun trying to peek through here where we're at. That's going to destabilize the atmosphere some. I'll tell you what, these people. I'm used to these speed limits out here of 75 and 80 miles an hour. I don't know if I'd be doing that with it raining. That lightning up there in front of us, you see, is that storm cell we're trying to get in front of. Be an awesome stuff. That line of storms is probably going to go all the way through the night. I don't know how far they'll make it out to the east, but My gut feeling tells me, based on what I saw from the weather forecast this morning, is it's going to make it all the way over to Mississippi and Alabama. So I-10 does go through San Antonio. I tell you, interstate driving though can get boring real quick. We carry 2 gallons of gas on the roof with the spare tires just because of some of the areas we're in out here. I don't know if they're going to have gas at 10 o'clock at night. Should be able to get in front of this storm right up here. I just don't want to get in the hell core. Got a lot of lightning out here. We're headed due south to Junction, Texas. Which is due west of Austin about 100 miles. We're southwest of St. Angelo, if you're familiar with this area of Texas. This is the most trees we've seen all day. Most of the places we've been, there wasn't any trees. Glad to have everybody on board. We're getting ready to pull in front of this storm cell that's moving in from the west that formed over on the dry line. See lightning out in front of us, that's that storm we're trying to get in front of. Got a large hell core and it's got a little bit of a rotation on the back side of it. It's got the potential. We calculate our driving and whether we're going to target an area or drive down to get in front of the storm. We always base it on how long it's going to take us to get there, not how far it is. Because it can be 30 miles away, but if we're going to be driving through zero visibility like we had up in Oklahoma and Kansas last weekend, that it could take us as much as an hour to make that 30-mile drive. And that may be too long to get to where we need to be. Or if it's sunny, we might be able to get there a little bit faster than 30 minutes, because a lot of these roads out west are 75 and 80 mile an hour speed limit. And most of the time we don't even drive that fast. Can't afford to take a day off storm chasing if you got the time off, because I did that last year and I won't do that again. So April 26th of last year, after almost 10 straight days of chasing, I decided I wanted to take a day off, and I picked the wrong day, because the 26th of April was the day that Lincoln and Omaha, Nebraska and Hastings, Iowa and all that had that big tornado outbreak. Low precipitation tornadoes that were easy to film, and they were on the ground for a long time. But when I realized what was happening, it was too far to drive to get there. If you didn't drive the night before, you couldn't have made it. And apparently we were the only ones inside the house. Everybody else got some good shots. So this year I promised myself I wouldn't take a day off. We'll be here. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do so. We're trying to hit 3,000 on this trip this week, and we're not far from it. Also, it'll take you back to our other videos from the last couple of weeks, where we filmed those tornadoes last week and last weekend, particularly that mile-wide one in Kansas. That one kind of made the hair stand up on the back of my neck when I saw how big it was. I haven't counted how many tornadoes yet that we've filmed, but it may even be pretty close to the record number we got in 1 year. But this year we were really close to the tornado when it formed, and was able to stay behind it as close as we wanted to get until it lifted. This rain we're going through right now is not associated with the storm we're trying to get in front of. This is just a small rainstorm in between two large cells. should get a good look at this other storm we're headed to here in a minute. This is just a small, like, afternoon thunderstorm we're driving through now. VILLE. With, I wouldn't call it mountains, it's Smoky Mountains there in Tennessee. And those are mountains. I assume this could be some mountains out here. I see something a little bit bigger off in the distance. A lot of the chasers went the wrong direction. They ended up over there in that line of storms and can't get back this way. We wanted to come out here where the storms were initiating and work our way back if we had to. Well, maybe there is a few mountains here. Turn that off. Maybe there are some mountains there. Gas stations are backed up. I tell you, I'd rather drive through rain than drive through sunshine and it be so bright I can't see. Especially if you're going a long way. That's a boring drive. They never build interstates where you can see anything from the highway. Apparently this is where Interstate 10 comes north out of San Antonio before it goes up and curves over to New Mexico. So we're gonna have to get on Interstate 10 here for just a short bit to get down to Kerrville. But that'll give us oh, is that tornado warning on that?
It's a severe storm warning.
What's that little thing there?
Oh.
I think they just put a tornado warning out on this cell that we're trying to get in front of. I'm pretty sure. Yep. They just put a tornado warning out on this storm we're headed to get in front of right down here. I thought I saw some rotation on my radar. We got 3 different radars going in the vehicle right now. One of them actually gets down to the ground level if there's a near enough radar site, and we can see rotation. And I thought I saw rotation on this a while ago. Now they've actually put a tornado warning on it. If the rain clears up a little bit, we got an 80-mile-an-hour speed limit out here. I won't do 80, but we'll get up to where we can make some time.
That is just southwest of 80-mile-per-hour winds. So 80-mile-per-hour winds are like Abilene, Texas right now.
McLean and Austin, I told y'all had some bad weather coming. 80-mile-an-hour straight line winds getting ready to hit clean.
Real dangerous situation.
Hey, this wind out here today is really blowing.
By the way, this is from Landon O'Malley on Twitter. From back over in Menard, Texas. From earlier, this is a 5.87 inch size hailstone. 5.87 inches. That is huge. That is nearly the size of a coconut. It's like coconut sized hail. Now coconuts are like 6 to 8 inches of hail. Like that is massive. I showed this on the stream earlier, but they actually have a measurement now. They would probably do more than her, to be honest. Yeah. That is truly something. Back on the summer media. Yeah. I actually gotta get I'll take that officer jet. I would, yeah, no, if you have a trailer or something, I would at least.
That we're trying to get in front of. That's it. I thought that was a mount for a minute. But it ain't.
Awesome, James. Awesome. Here near Blanco. I do not think this is producing a much of a private tornado anymore, but looks pretty outflowy to me. drop one too. So seek shelter. Right along Highway 60. Huge shout out to Brent with the 10 gifted memberships. Ladies and gentlemen, Brent, really appreciate that. Thank you to anybody that's become a member today as well. I appreciate your support. Folks, let's be able to do what we do on this channel. If you want to become a member of the channel, it is a join button down below. Also, the top link description. Thank you, Katie, for the super chat. Clean Texas. I mean, really anywhere along this I-35 corridor, from like Waco back through San Antonio, the biggest concerns right now are going to be damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. We currently have that with the storm southwest of Abilene. Additionally, there is a threat for an isolated tornado or two, and on top of that, there could be hail as large as the size of baseballs. Going back to Connor here, so I want to go back like 20 seconds. I noticed a lightning strike right in front of me. Strike right from his car. There. I don't know, did anybody ever see that on his screen? I thought I saw him like almost get struck, his car was getting struck by lightning, but I could be going crazy. By the way, this is Ryan Scholl. He's back over on the store near Rock Springs, Texas. That is if you just live there. That's a little bit of rotation on radar, but more than anything.
Put that in, so.
That rotation earlier. Not rotating as much
I've got
anymore.
curve
Like
wheel
a
over here.
got the little structure out here. Lost it for something. Right now for Killeen, the warning is for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail. The one here south of you is 80 mile per hour winds. So they may upgrade the warning for Killeen to 80 mile per hour winds. And that is an extremely dangerous situation, basically an EDS, if you will. They call it severe warnings. So be ready for up to 80 mile per hour winds near Killeen, Florence, and north of Round Rock. Greatest tornado threat right now is really going to be embedded in this line. We got a few areas of rotation. It always changes with these lines. We can see rotation ramp up in so many different areas. So, hey, you're used to the tornado super chat today. Yeah, I used to. I mean, I graduated like groups ago. Yeah, I graduated with my bachelor's in meteorology. I am a meteorologist. Thank you, MSFS, for the tornado super chat. You're well there, Odessa. Thank you, Alicia. Mainly a isolated hail threat.
We're going the wrong direction.
Where?
Guess what, guys?
Can you please
Connor?
give me a route?
Is it rain?
Put it up so I can see
They
it.
are one.
I need to see it.
I do SBC outlook, by the way, as we go over the.
Okay, can you tell me to go around?
It's telling you to turn around.
Better put it up.
Better put it
What's the rain? Can I tell you? Here's our SBC outlook for the rest of the night. They have adjusted it. It's honestly not that big.
There's no other way down.
It's actually changed. They had some of the enhanced risk of severe weather, which is a bit smaller. Slight risk of back into central Louisiana. I got another one going all New Mexico, Texas, Panhandle. And then all
I don't know
the
where
South Carolina. Tornado risk has not changed much. It's still like 5% tornado risk. I believe that it's near San Antonio. 2% tornado risk goes to central Louisiana. And then eastern New Mexico near Roswell, there's still a 2% tornado risk. They have removed the significant wind threat for some reason, even though I think that's still in play. A new tornado warning. They have maintained the hatched hail threat back over here, just outside of San Antonio. Just a little bit more up close and personal look at our tornado threat. Pull that up. Probably the second clip. New tornado warning for Donnelly County in Texas. That's up here or something. Where Donnelly County is. I'm guessing it's up here. Howardton area. This is producing 3-inch size hail, by the way, in the Texas Panhandle.
Welcome aboard.
3-inch size hail.
We're.
Or Donnelly County.
That's a hard question to answer. Technically, we're about 90 miles northwest of San Antonio. We're out in central southwest Texas.
Rotation is still not very tight, but this has already produced a few funnel clouds.
Somewhere out here. north of Kerrville, due west of Austin, about 100 miles, and we're trying to get in front of this thunderstorm cell that's tornado warned. In Rock Springs. So we're just to the east, northeast of Rock Springs, Texas. But it's Texas in the United States, and this is no small state. I'm beginning to think you could drive across Texas and it would take you an entire day, maybe longer. There's no other way.
We could continue going down the interstate and do this route.
Where do we catch that at? How far we have to go? Start, tell me how far we have to go.
70 miles.
Before we turn? No, 19 miles. No. What are you doing? 19 miles.
Oh, 19 miles, yeah.
So that'd be better than doing the other, and then we cut across in front of it. Is that Kerrville we turned in?
Want me to go back?
I want you to just look on here and go all the way up to where we turned. Oh, so you're familiar where we're at. There ain't much out here.
Mountain Home is where we turn.
Okay. Not anymore. I can't drive 15 miles and then another 15 be another community. I might drive 50 miles out here and be in a community that may have a gas station. Yesterday we were going through little communities that had no gas station and no restaurants and no drive-in. The shelf cloud right there you're looking at belongs to this thunderstorm that we're driving through, but it is not part of the cell that we're trying to get in front of that's tornado warning. This particular thunderstorm has a lot of wind and light rain, but I don't believe it's capable of producing tornadoes. It's still rough. Still got to get through it to get to the other one. Give us this storm. It's got a pretty nice wall cloud on it right there. But it just don't have the punch this next one we're getting in front of is going to have. sign of thunderstorms going into Killeen and Austin and Williamson County area over to the central Texas area. They're saying it's got 110 lightning strikes a minute down that line. Well, welcome aboard, Joseph. If y'all want to see something that was intense, subscribe so you can go back to all my videos and go to that Broken Bow, Oklahoma nighttime tornado that we captured in Broken Bow. It had just hit a city south of there, about 15 miles, and they had 3 fatalities. But you're talking about an intense lightning storm, cloud to ground lightning, all the way around the vehicle as we waited for that tornado to come through. And then when it did, it was probably only 400 yards out to the east of us. I didn't edit that one. That one's best viewed. Big screen TV, turn the sound up, turn the lights down or off, and you'll feel like you're sitting there in the front seat with me. That was a very loud storm and very intense. I'm gonna tell you that it's funny though. I've even watched it with lights out, and it felt just like it did when I was sitting in the car watching it in real time. The only difference is you get to see the tornado. The lightning flashes were so bright in my face that it was blinding me for a minute, and I never could visually see the tornado, but I captured it all on video, and you will be able to see that tornado literally pass about 400 yards. I knew it was there. You hear me say it was there, that's probably it right there out the window, and sure enough it was. It's just there were so many lightning flashes, and I'm talking about cloud to ground, hitting the ground around the vehicle, that I could not see the tornado with my naked eye. But going back and looking at the video picked it up, and it was a huge tornado. That's probably, after that one last Sunday that I think is the biggest I've ever seen, that was probably the second biggest tornado I've ever been that close to. And while these last week and last weekend didn't have any fatalities, that particular tornado killed 3 in Abilene, and I forget how many it injured in Abilene and Broken Bow. And I wasn't in my regular chase car that night either. I still got a hail dent. I assume it's hail. It could have been debris falling on me. I still got a dent right in the center of my blue Kia. And you'll hear it hit the car. I thought it was hail, but I'm not sure. It was pretty loud when it dropped on the roof, put it that way. Actually, I was, being a paramedic, I've seen a lot of stuff. And I've always been interested in weather, and I've sat through, 6, 8, 9 hurricanes in Florida. And you'll hear me put my helmet on. I had to lay the camera down a minute to put my helmet on because I thought it was getting pretty intense. But other than that, I actually was amazed by the amount of lightning around me. Except one of them got pretty close. You'll hear the lightning, you'll see the flash almost after you hear the thunder. and it sounded like a shotgun in the car when it went off. That particular video and the one in South Dakota back in 22 with that derecho with 170 mile an hour winds, and it turned day to night at 4:30 in the afternoon. In 2 minutes, it went from daylight to I couldn't see the headlights in front of my car. That one, I wasn't sure if I was going to make it out of that one. It was equivalent to sitting in my car during a Category 3 hurricane in Florida. That's how intense that storm was. And the fact that it was daylight just 5 minutes before, and now it's pitch black, and it looks like nighttime for almost 20 minutes. And then after that time, it was still so dark I could barely see anything. And the parking lot I was sitting in was like a, I forget the actual name of the chain, but it was like a Tractor Supply. They had some implements, some corn spreaders in the parking lot, and all of them started flying toward the Panhandle. It's been teamed for hurricane preparedness. The last hurricane I actually coordinated, I know 65 ambulances from outside the state, my county, and 2 other counties up. We got 18 inches of rain that Tuesday before it hit. It came in a little after lunch on Wednesday. That hurricane opened in 1995, but we had to Monday and Tuesday before it crossed land, we had to evacuate 4 nursing homes off the coast and 1.5 hospitals and get them all moved out in a safe place. Our policy was, our disaster plan was, everybody who needed to be evacuated by stretcher or ambulance was done no later than 18 hours before landfall. And what I mean by landfall is 40 mile an hour winds, because once the winds get above 40 miles an hour, they can flip ambulances, and when they get above 60, they can flip fire trucks. So all those bridges down on the coast, we would not let our ambulances go across them, because at 40 miles an hour, you got water out of the bay splashing over top of the interstate bridges. And so what we considered landfall for us to be able to operate was once the winds got above 40 miles an hour sustained, we had to shut the ambulances down. So we had to do all the evacuation of stretcher patients at least 18 to 24 hours before landfall of 40 mile an hour winds. I was talking to somebody last night that was on our live feed that was in Orlando, and if you're a Floridian or from Florida, you know that unless it gets to be a high Category 3 and it starts moving into a Category 4, you really don't worry about it. So Category 3 would be winds up to 115 mile an hour sustained around the eye. And at 115 mile an hour winds, for us to walk outside, first we had to see if we could get the door open because of the low barometric pressure, if the door opened in. And if we could get outside, then you have to walk at about a 25-degree angle into the wind, or you wouldn't be able to stand up. The wind would blow you down. Now, if you couldn't get the door open or couldn't stand up once you opened the door, that was kind of a oh crap moment, because now you're dealing with a storm that could be high 3 or even a low 4, even though it may not have been categorized yet. I'll tell you, tornadoes, hurricanes, it's nothing like it's tornado weather. That's why I'm fascinated by it and come out to videotape it. I don't do it for the thrills, it's just that you get to see Mother Nature at its best and at its worst all at the same time. These massive supercell structures out here in the Midwest and Great Plains are just fantastic to videotape. The problem is, when they start dropping tornadoes, if it's a supercell, these things can stay on the ground for hours and hours and hours and just keep dropping tornadoes one right after another. The tornado that we filmed in Illinois the other day, the same supercell dropped tornadoes 300 miles away in eastern Kentucky that killed all those people. This is the United States. I live in Tennessee. Tell you, up in Pensacola area, the barrier islands, anything that pushes an 11-foot storm surge or higher, because I used to give presentations to groups when they, people would move into the area. Part of the welcoming here,
Yes, right here.
would be that we'd go give presentations on hurricanes and how to prepare for them. And a lot of them was moving into houses near the coast. And there used to be a place we used to give that presentation right down almost on the beach. And it had a big plate glass window that faced the Gulf of Mexico. And to get the point across to them of what an 11-foot storm surge would do, I see that barrier island out there with all those condos on it. At an 11-foot storm surge, if you're standing here when that happens, all you're going to see is water and buildings sticking up out of it. And the water could be as high as the second story. Almost all of them used to say, you're scared me with that kind of information. I said, you need to be, because when the hurricane comes, you need to evacuate all the way north of Interstate 10. You got to get at least 10 or 15 miles inside the coast. When I interviewed years ago for the MS directorship at NASA, for the tourist area of NASA, I did my research, and Brevard County, Florida, where NASA is, the highest point in that county is 1 foot above sea level. During my interviews, I said, what does this county do for evacuation if the highest point's only 1 foot above sea level? They said, we evacuate the entire county into Orange County or Orlando. Now that's a scary thought, because Brevard County has a lot of people in it. And to say that if they were going to take a direct hit of a category 4 or higher, that everybody would have to evacuate into Orlando, that's saying a lot. All right, I think we found our storm. You'll get to see it here in just a minute. And the sun's setting, so it's lit it up pretty good. I'll find a clear place up here and just for a second pull off where you can get a good view of this storm out to the west while the sun is setting behind it. Pretty impressive, actually. Storm formed more or less on the dry line. It's moved in now south of the front, stationary front that's to our north, and should have plenty of energy to work with to keep its energy level up. Let's see if I can get a good place here. Y'all can get a good view of this thing. So that's it over to the right. And you got the sun setting behind that storm. So what I was going to say, like then, around, we will be right back. It only takes a minute to grab a new cell tower. So if I can find a good place to turn and show you this storm, you got to see part of it just then. But this is pretty impressive right here. Got to get on top of this hill. And this will give you an idea of why we chase out in the Great Plains, because you can't see this east of the Mississippi. We just don't see this kind of stuff. Just find a place right here somewhere. Well, we may actually turn a little. Well, here it is. So again, this is that storm we're trying to get in front of right here. And you just don't get to see this east of the Mississippi. You just, maybe even Arkansas. You don't even get to see it in Arkansas like you do out here in the west. So we're going to make the road curve up here a little bit back towards the west. You'll get another look at it, but we got to get in front of it. It's further away than you think it is. Yeah, there's something about cell phones. Cell phones, we've got 3 GoPros and 3 4K video cameras in the front windshield, and then we've got 1 out each side of the vehicle. Probably about 270-degree coverage. But something about a cell phone camera, I actually can get sometimes better shots off the cell phone. Even when I can't see out the window, I can glance over the cell phone and tell whether or not I'm still on the road or not. But this storm out to the west is coming in. There it is right there. We've turned a little bit. So when you see a clear spot in the middle where that red is, that means the sun is trying to peek through, and there's updraft in the middle of that storm. And when you get updraft, because the air is being heated more in the center, that's what causes a supercell to be able to, or just, let me put it this way, it assists a supercell to develop tornadic rotation in it. But that's the storm we're trying to get in front of up here. We're going to make it in time. That's not the issue. Because we're actually almost in front of it right now. It's got a large hail core on it. And I'm thinking the hail core is back to the left, more down that way than up here in this area of the storm. So now think we're in front of it. We've got to just maneuver and target a good spot to be of where we think this, because if it was tornado warned, they've dropped the warning on it now, but it's still severe warned. They could throw another tornado warning on it at any minute. Austin, Colleen, you still got them storms headed your way. If there's anybody on that's from those areas over there. Oh. So we just got notice this storm that we're in front of has got 80 mile an hour straight line winds in the outflow. We ain't hardly seen a tree all day that we got down there. We had good views. I got to just find a place we can get.
Yes,
Inferno. People, we are out here. I'm surprised we still got cell phone coverage right now. So there's the front of that sail coming in. That's the clouds you can see on the front side of it. It's supposed to have 80-mile-an-hour straight line winds on the front side.
This is the Winding Range headquarters we're about to pass by.
Green skies with a storm like this can be one of two things. It can be light refractoring through the ice crystals that's in the air, or it could be actual hail, and the hail will turn the sky green. So it's one of the two. Sometimes it can turn it, if there's ice crystals up there in that center of the big supercell, you might be able to even see yellow. It can be green sky. It can be a reddish pink tint. We've seen a little bit of everything, but if it's generally green and bright green, that generally means there's fairly large hail and ice crystals, and not just crystals. It's large hail. And this particular storm's got a hail core with it that is pretty large. That we don't want to get in front of. I tell you, Austin, Killeen, Williamson County over that way, there's a line of storms getting ready to hit y'all that are very, very intense. The initial storms that formed in the tornado watch area now has formed a line that's going through south central Texas, and you're getting ready to get some pretty serious weather. The storm right there we're coming into, it's going to be pretty intense too. When we get there, we got to find a good place to get in front of it without getting in the hail core. this storm right here coming in on us. We've got some rotation in the clouds. That should be our route out here. Find a place to park. This thing's coming right at us. Trajectory of the storms. It looks like there's three cells behind each other. One, two. San Antonio's getting hit pretty bad right now by storms too. All I know is good thing I gassed up when I did back there. We're going to go up here on this horizon and see if we can get a pretty good view of these storms coming out. make a U-turn here and see if you can. Get around these trees so you can see off in that direction there where they're coming from. But we got 3 of them. We got 3 of them coming in, one right behind the other one.
Issued a tornado warning, which I'm not surprised by. That is going to be for those near Marketplace or the Granger.
So right, that clear spot there, that's it's clear and you can see the light in there. That's the sun coming through and it's heating up the center area. We've actually got some rotation right there in front of us where you just saw that lightning at. We want to get south of this though. We're a little bit too far north for this storm.
And honestly, again, a strong tornado would not be impossible.
But I'm going to watch this rotation for just a minute and see if we're too far north or need to go a few miles south. This thing's coming in pretty quick.
According to my cell phone, our elevation is that.
Okay.
Someone's asking.
Oh. I'm not sure how high the tops are. We've had storms today that's been as high as 50 to 60,000 feet, they were saying earlier. This one here, well, I might be able to see. Let's see. I got one radar here to show me the so these storms coming at us right here have pretty high tops. I can't get the actual height off, but we're just below the cold front and just to the see if I can get a little more back. I'll tell you what, let me go up. So hold on. So I'm gonna give us a better view because I need to see that far left side of this storm. Just need to get a clear spot here so I can see it. Because where you saw that lightning at is where we have to worry about. Yeah, we gotta get down a little bit further south. Because I got to get a good view of that spot, and I've got to get down the road here where we can see it. So generally, if you've got a storm and you've got it warned as a severe storm, and particularly when it goes tornado warned, wherever all the lightning is, that's where the energy is going to be that forms the tornado, and that's what we target to be able to. But we want to be on the south side of the storm when it comes in. Number one, to stay away from the hail core, and number two, to be able to video the tornado without it getting rain around. I just got to find a clear spot that we can get at to get a good view of it. Tell me if you see a clear enough spot I can get out there. Maybe one up here. Yeah, if you decide you ever want a storm chase, you really shouldn't do it by yourself. You need somebody to help navigate, you need somebody to help watch the radars, and you need somebody to look passenger side of the car, because you never know what might sneak up on you. There's a road down here somewhere. Are we coming up on it? There's that road that crosses over? No, you got 72
Right here, it'll be,
3 miles.
oh, there's a little road coming up.
No, got 1 to 3 miles right there. Got a road right up here. No, that's fine. Some people just like to. We should have a good view right here somewhere. We can see trees almost all day today, and now we got trees everywhere. Let's see if we got right here, if we can see across there. Got trees. Where'd all these trees come from?
Clear.
That even a road?
No, it looks like a pasture open area.
Maybe a better spot right down here. What is, how big is this road?
It's uphill.
Just trying to get somewhere where we can get a good view out to this storm. Because we need to see the base of it. I don't really want to be around those lights. I want to be able to see. All right, we got to get away from these street lights.
Clear.
Believe it or not, we're out in the middle of nowhere and they got street lights. Sometimes you just don't know. like they may be moving more east now than southeast. We're gonna go see. Is this? It's gonna get really intense here in a minute. Yeah, you're gonna see some ground gonna be pretty impressive. These storms are really coming in now. Where's that little road off to? We're going to try to get a better angle on this storm.
We're in Realtime, Texas. Someone's asking.
We're, that's a good question.
Realtime.
We're due east of Rock Springs, Texas, about 20 miles, if that far. And the storm is getting ready to come right in on top of us here. This is one we've been watching for about an hour and a half, and it's getting ready to become real intense here. This thing is really moving in fast. See if I can get you a better angle on it. So.
They're not really seeing. Oh, there's that.
So like I said, we've been watching this thing for about an hour and a half, 2 hours coming across here. It started at the dry line and now it's riding this cold front down to the east-southeast.
This one's not on there.
Yeah. And turn that off in the window. And tell me what road we're on. What is that highway? Just point, it's right there.
Right there, 83.
So we're on Highway 83, due east of Rock Springs. And this storm, we cut across here so we could get it. If we waited until we got to Rock Springs, we'd miss it. So we're on Highway 83. This big supercell storm is getting ready to come in on us. I've got the camera pointed right at the center of where the activity is going to be. Unfortunately, this is the best we can do on this road because there's so many trees here. But this storm's going to be pretty intense when it comes through. This storm still has some rotation on it, but it's not tornado warned at this point in time. But that doesn't mean it might not get warned here pretty quick. It seems like it's intensifying now that it's riding this cold front. I just hate chasing tornadoes at night though. But I don't mind the lightning part of it because it looks a lot better during nighttime than it does during daytime. So this is what you have to do when you're storm chasing. We literally drove from that other storm we were on down here probably in an hour and a half to get here. We've been watching this storm for almost 2 hours as it developed on the dry line. And this is indeed a singular supercell coming through. It does have some rotation on the part that we're looking at. Sorry about that, he's gone. Unfortunately, we got kids out there that get on the chats every now and then. Everybody has to deal with them. It's just ridiculous. So you can tell by how high that lightning is up in that storm that those cloud tops are at least 40 to 45,000 feet up, maybe even more. So we don't get to see these east of the Mississippi. You have to come out here to see these kind of storms.
I did.
It says time now.
For 24 hours. It's the best you could do.
So this storm is supposed to have 80 mile an hour straight line winds in it. Yeah, you can't hear it yet. It's still off in the distance. I'd say this storm is still. Let me look at the radar. This storm's probably still 8 or 10 miles away. We heard a little bit of the rumbling a while ago, but that was the really big ones. To see the bottom of this storm, you've got to look almost where our headlights are at that fence to see the bottom of this storm. So this is based on my best calculations, we're about 20 miles due east of Rock Springs, Texas on Highway 83. Looking back off to the west as this storm comes in, it's literally riding the cold front, coming down the cold front. It formed over by the dry line, and the dry line is, let's see where it's at, because it keeps moving on us. The dry line is actually almost all the way over to Del Rio, which is on the state line border with Mexico. So this thing went, like I said, we've been watching it for a long time as it moved in this direction. And it's pretty much the last freestanding storm that's standing on its own merit and hasn't joined up with other storms yet. But right now, San Antonio is getting slammed, and so is Austin. And it's all headed towards College Station. All this is headed towards College Station, the Woodlands, and Houston. The big line that's back behind us out to the east. So if you watch those flashes way down at the bottom in front of our headlights, that's the bottom of the storm. You can see it good right then. But this thing must have cloud tops in the high 40s to 50s. We should be getting hit by some of that wind in just a minute. I can see it on the radar. It's got an outflow on it. I'm hoping we're going to be just a little south of the hell core. It's got a huge hell core on it. Yeah, going to sleep during a bad storm is not the best idea. I was telling some of them earlier, if you look at all the fatalities they had in East Kentucky, on the 18th, because it was the same night that or on the 16th, it was the same night that we filmed that tornado in southern Illinois, because the same supercell went 300 miles and dropped those tornadoes on Somerset, Kentucky, and Loudon. If you look at the ages of the fatalities, it was people over the age of 55, and a lot of them were in their late 60s and 70s. The type of people that goes to bed early at night, may even take their hearing aids out if they've got them, and would never hear a warning go off on their phone or their weather radio. And the majority of the, I think it was 32 fatalities, were 55 and older. I think it was only 2 or 3 under the age of 50. One of them was a firefighter, and I think he got electrocuted by a tree that fell down on power lines. And the other 2 was just young. But the rest of them, I bet they went to bed. There wasn't even supposed to be any severe storms like that over there that night. And they probably went to bed thinking nothing of it, and that they could just go to bed and not worry about it. But a majority of them were over age 55, which was a shame. Okay, so this thing has got a rotation on it here. I'm going to see a
16-mile-per-hour winds, actually 70-mile-per-hour winds rolling right into Amarillo right now. Near Canyon. Didn't and eventually going towards Toledo. On top of that, we still have pretty significant hail as well in western Bulldog golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind from east. These storms will likely weaken after about 10 o'clock tonight, but we'll at least be seeing some hail in the next hour or two here.
golf ball size hail. That's the storm coming at us that he's saying has got golf ball size hail. But looking at my radar, I think we're going to be slightly south of that.
Might have a tornado dropping near Rogers. Got a couple on radar. Just east of Rogers, Texas. Coming up on South Elm, Yarrowton, and Baton Rouge. A couple on radar. Move east.
Rogers on here.
It's all wind over here to the east, even though it looks like we have a little hook. It's still outflow dominant. This right here is rotating though east of Rogers. It's a possible tornado. We actually might have 2. Got 2 little areas of rotation. Go up on New Colony and moving to South Elm. Amarillo, Texas, again on the back of this. Thank you, Hannah, for coming to maximum velocity number. That was ding dong was good. Texas is fun.
Yeah, me neither. I stay up. I let the rest of the people go to sleep, and then I stay up in case I have to wake them up to evacuate.
Hey, man, look for that motivation. They'll probably issue a tornado break for this, I'd guess. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they won't. There's definitely rotation there near Rogers.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big storm coming in. I really don't like his hook on this storm.
Oh, wow.
So we've got a what we call a couplet on this storm coming at us, and it's got a huge hook on it. This storm is not tornado warned though.
Guys, guess what? Showers and rain.
It ought to be.
Make sure you come back some velocity number. On the west side of San Antonio, Austin. On the west side of Austin, Texas, on the highway here. This on the Swiss West 535 on Route 1. Very low visibility across the board right now. They Oscar the super chat. Temple right now, the biggest concern is damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Highest winds maybe just sticking down here south. We got a couple of damage reports coming in back over the west of Temple. First off, tree damage has been reported in Harker Heights, Texas. Oh, sorry, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley. Yeah, so Max, there's damage back over west of Temple. We have trees down and parts of a neck ripped off back over Texas.
Actually, I can't tell on my radar. I don't. Let's see. But you know what? It should give me that. Let me show you what my problem is with this storm. I'll show you the radar.
I could do this.
So the blue dot is us. You see that big old hook coming out of the bottom of that storm? It's been there for a while now. And my other radar is showing that there's rotation there in that same area.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
On this one coming at us.
Southeast Texas. So that's for Crockett, College
And that hook is getting more pronounced.
Texas City, Lake Jackson, Victoria, with a couple of
And I've got a little problem with that hook. And the fact that it's in the center of the worst part of the storm, just below the, so the pink is the hail core. The hook is just below it where we'd expect to see a tornado if there was one. The green going into that hook is inflow. And like I said, on my other radar, I'm actually seeing rotation. So,
Texas, mainly isolated damage.
got me a little concerned here. The rotation's not as prominent as it was, but like I said, that blue dot is us.
I can't do anything about it. He's on vacation. I can't control him. On vacation until Friday. It's like his only vacation this year.
Let's see if I can get it a little bit better here. I don't know why it keeps doing that. But anyway, that so I'm hoping it goes just north of us, whatever that is, as well as the hell core. But it sure looks like we got some rotation coming in on us right there. We got the windows cracked. We don't hear anything right now. But that tornado we took a picture of a few weeks ago was only a couple of 100 yards from us, and all until they hit a transformer. But right there, I'm going to turn. If there's anything going on,
I had a day that I went to Disney for the college day off, so maybe 2 days off here in the last like 5 months. Otherwise, it's been just non-stop working. It's by the way. This is
cell is individual storm separate from the other storms. That's almost creating its own weather, and it holds together for a long time. So I've got the camera pointed where that hook was on that radar. Oh, we've got a major lowering right over there.
Right in front of us.
So look right in front of us. When you see that lowering, that's what I'm concerned about. That's where the hook is on the radar. So we got a major lowering right there on the bottom of that storm.
on the same day last year, only 8-minute difference.
See, don't you wish all y'all were sitting out here in the middle of nowhere with us, watching this potential tornadic storm come through?
Oh, here comes.
Up here, velocities are starting to increase going away from the radar. We get a little bit more of an inflow, we may get a tornado there. I'm surprised they haven't issued a tornado right here.
You've got a major lowering right here. I don't know why this storm is not tornado warned. I'm going to turn the car just a little bit.
The channel, make sure to subscribe.
The wind is coming in now on us. We've got a major lowering right there. See it? That truck's coming right into it. Look at what we've got. We got a major lowering right there.
Oh, here comes the rain.
People, we may have something right there. Look at that. You got Plains, Texas. We've got a major lowering right here. Look at that. Look at that lowering in front of us.
Quarter-size now reported on the northwest suburb side there of San Antonio. Outflow batteries now pushing
It
into San Antonio.
is
Still got some
just southwest of Lubbock.
issue of severe warning in for San Antonio. These storms have not been too crazy yet.
Man, we have a major lowering right there.
Texas. We are now 35,000 customers without power reporting the power outage in the U.S. The majority of them are in La Paz County in Texas. 35,000 customers are without power right now. This number will only go up. So if you're in any of these areas, have flashlights ready to go. Closed-toed shoes ready to go. If you have any devices like iPhones, iPads, laptops, all that stuff, make sure that you have those charged up ready to go. Tornado warning for camera Texas expires in 2 minutes. We still have some wrong rotation. Your rotation time will know still here for a while now.
Oh, here comes that wind.
Severe warning for us that goes for 17 more minutes. That is for 60 mile per hour winds. A little bit of rotation here in Weatherhill. A little bit of rotation. Still 40 out from now. Right up on the
A major lowering right there.
check out Connor Energy.
We've got a wall cloud right here in front of us.
Directly right this on the northwest side of Austin.
Can you see any better?
Yeah.
Coming to an end. Still in the rain though. I mean, for the record, he's still in the rain.
Oh, wow.
Like 4 straight hours. I think it's been closer to 5, but I could be wrong. Tornado warning has ended now for Cameron, but again, still a private tornado with
It's in front to the right, correct?
No, it's to the right. It's down the highway almost.
You should start singing, honestly. We'll see. Go.
Oh, yeah. I see it.
Y'all seeing that? That's a
Definite
major
lowering.
lowering. Where that lightning's coming out of the bottom of that lowering is very concerning.
As a reminder, if you want more information about Beyond, one of the best ways to do so is becoming a member of the channel. It starts with as little as $2.99 a month. Top link in the description below. It's also the join button down below. Helps us be able to do what we do on this channel.
It's
All the chasers that we have, in addition to
almost
getting like a funnel shape to it in the lowering, in the lightning.
Riley now, obviously, I know he's not here this week, but typically he's here. And then on top of that, we have a lot of other equipment. We're also making a new weather studio. We're also more the channel above and beyond.
It may be trying to
our
drop.
works and also are able to help out with the channel in a big way. All the stream end.
It honestly may be trying to drop something.
We still have an intense line of thunderstorms. We still have a threat of tornadoes. There's really not much here that would make me think we're heading anytime soon. I do think by the time this gets to Houston, it'll be a bit weaker, but I don't know how much weaker it's really going to get. It's still pretty intense. There have really not been any signs of substantial weakening of this recently.
Let me see if I can turn a little bit. I'm going to try to turn to get a better view of this thing.
When the lightning hits a certain way, it looks like it might be trying to drop. In the center of the lowering.
This is why it's so dangerous to chase at night. You can't see. Sometimes you can see the lowering, but you can't see. But look at all the lightning. That's why we target the lightning.
What I saw coming down went back up again.
Back over to Storm Intermediate as well. They're south of Austin. And just raining at this point. I think Austin's clear now.
We may have to ride down the road here to catch up with this thing.
Yeah, what I saw coming down went back up. Wait a minute. There's something there. I think these storms will begin to weaken over the next couple hours west of Oklahoma City, but still talking about hail and wind probably for about 11 to 12 o'clock. Our one tornado warning is southwest of Lubbock. It is a broader area of rotation now east of the plains. It is currently moving to the southeast, going towards Wellman and Brownfield. Also, we now have a 4-inch sized hail falling in Oklahoma. From the 4-inch sized hail. Back over Custer and Roger Mills counties. This is softball sized hail that is falling over the storm here in Butler. That is according to emergency management, there's softball sized hail falling on this storm. So again, this is a very dangerous situation, extremely dangerous situation. In fact, if you're back over to northwest of Clinton, you're Butler. Almost up to DVD sized hail. I gotta come inside.
Right now.
Is my phone wet?
33 east of Strong City. Ryan Scholl has been, the last couple of days, every time he's on a hailstorm, he's on that. He's like a baseball club, like anything. The baseball club, whatever. He's at a baseball club now every single time the last couple of days we have a hailstorm. It's actually pretty fun. Never do that, by the way. It's dangerous, but he's been doing that. Latest radar scan, still a little bit of rotation.
I caught something.
Texas, Northwest Calvert. Thank you. I don't know why I can't think of some good things. But that's what I mean. Yeah, those things. Eddie? Thank you.
Houston is very much. Not zero, but it's zero. And we're also inside Houston, but the same thing. Mainly going to be at the right around this after midnight. I'm not sure. Well, the biggest thing is Riley is actually helping me move my studio. So I'm done. It really depends on when the weather's quiet. That's going to be when it happens. Whenever it's like really quiet, not much going on. That's sort of thing.
Okay, people, we're going to try to catch up with that wall cloud and it to report it. Where's that road at I went down? Where does it go? Right back there that was paved. Oh, it takes me over that way. Let me take that route.
Okay, it was right behind us.
Put Ingram in. We're gonna get back in front of this storm. I believe I can do it right down here. We're gonna catch back up with it. We're pretty sure we saw a funnel. Where was that road?
It's a little
Should be right here.
It's a little further up.
Sure it wasn't right. Oh, I see. There's that light.
Yeah.
We're gonna get back, and we're just before we got hit with those winds. So this storm's out to the left of us. So if we lose you, just hang on because we'll go in and out of cell coverage as we have to go up and down these hills. So what is this?